Why is it mirrored? Oh, is it just mirrored for... Yeah, okay. Okay, the latency is really low now on that. Okay, cool. Working. Kind of, okay, looks okay. Right, and okay. Now I cut as well, so I'm going to cut the thumb first. Yeah, I've set this up via the OBS now, so that it allows me to have a little bit more control over the image, so it doesn't have that weird kind of pillar boxed look. Because I'm using the DSLR to shoot it or to capture it. But I'm also recording this so I can edit a video as well, which I actually forgot to do last time, but the quality was so bad that so even if the feed goes down, I can have an edit of this that I can share up on my Patreon. Okay. Zoom in a bit. I might use the scissors to round off the edges of this, of these fingers. Cool. So there is our little. Let me just get this up and down. There's our little hand. Yeah. Just let me know if you've got questions as well, of course. But I mean, there's not a lot really to talk about. It's just kind of with the cardboard, but I'll just zoom out because it's a bit awkward to see. This is a nail scissors, so it's kind of funny, obviously, using it to cut fingers. See? There we go. Okay. So I'm going to curve these a little bit as well so that they're not like so there's going to be one like straight finger. And the rest will be this one's a bit still needs to be a bit more rounded. Okay, so what you can do basically then is you can bend these at the knuckle, like so. You can kind of roll them as well a tiny little bit. See at the back. Just to give it a bit of dimensionality. Like one of them obviously should be a little bit higher. And kind of like progressively have them lower. So you create that kind of effect. Which again, I'm kind of mimicking what I've drawn, only with a little bit of dimension. And it's okay if it's curved. It doesn't need to be like, actually bent like the fingers of the hand. Because it's just about imitating a really kind of loose quality. So here now I'm going to pop back out. And actually I will just check my focus first. Yeah, we're okay. So yeah, now we're doing a little bit of a nesting for the sleeve and the arm. And then we'll have basically a little notch in the same way we built a notch up behind these guys, so they would slot into each other. Do the same thing with the back of this, so that the hand can just slot in there. I can kind of work with the curve, a small bit of a wrist. We can also, like, if we buckle this a small bit like so, you can make it feel a bit more like fabric. So you have a little bit of volume around it. Like we still have a little bit of forming to do with the shoulder as well, so it's angled up in the right position, but it's pretty close. So now what we can do is just get my glue. So I'm going to attach the thumb to the hand. So just a little dab of glue there. Try to be neat with it this time rather than last time. Okay. Then bring it up like so. And just angle it out a small bit so it's a little bit proud at the end. And we can also trim it a small bit. There's a little bit of it's a bit too much of a sharp point. So there's our hand, the visible hand. Now we'll make the little sleeve collar little piece. Okay, it doesn't need to be very broad, something like that. And then we can pop that on the inside of the arm here. So I folded it again so it has a little, let's see if I can focus this close. So I folded it so it has little wings in it. They'll fit a bit easier, like these guys on the inside. Okay, focus back down again. It's a median focal point. So now pop a little bit of glue on it. Slip off this sleeve so it's a bit easier. And then I'll actually pop this behind just so it's, again, a bit easier to angle it. And just bring it up to the sleeve, pillow it a small bit so you bow it. Because you kind of want the back side to be flat and the front side to be curved. So like the front edge or front surface of your card. Okay. And okay, so that's there. Right, and I might trim this in a small bit as well. Just to make it a bit of a squarer edge. So now, because we've had that little nubbin inside there, we can slot this guy in like so. And so we have a little sleeve point for the wrist. So you can do this in like stop motion as well, and that means you don't have to have like things glued in or tacked in. It's a friction hold, which can be useful when you have to constantly move things a little bit, and like things like glue tack will just like kind of bounce them back into position otherwise. But it's not going to slide anywhere, so you can kind of effectively rig a little kind of friction hold puppet. So now there's one person here, I think. I'm not sure who it is, but hello. So just okay. Okay, so now we have a hand. We can add a bit more structure to this arm as well by using the same system of kind of like bridge work underneath it. So we might do that so it helps hold its position a bit nicer. And again, just making a little strip, folding it, like so. I'll make a few of these. Okay, and yeah, probably about two of them. And that one. And it doesn't matter if it's like full width or anything like that. It's just really just so it has a little more rigidity, because you can actually run wire under these things as well. So you're kind of giving it an understructure that will pose and hold the position. Especially if you have something like this that's like a loose paper hinge that you might want to like move around a bit for like a more of a puppet thing. But yeah, for as it is here, we just have a few cut folds. That means you can kind of compress them together like that. So to make it kind of really work, we're going to have to glue those cut folds at the back, and it kind of hides the seams then as well. So there is a little cornered angle there that I'm going to use to glue in. It's maybe a bit too much glue, but sure, we'll see. And I'm just going to pop this behind just so I have a full view of my my surface. And then once it's all glued down for that kind of folded elbow position, I'll pop it back in front. Yeah, so I'll pop it back in front then. And then I'll do the same. I'll just trim that a bit. Same with the shoulder joint then. And here's where I'll check it against the drawing to make sure that it's kind of the right angle, because I've lined this up with a frame that I have here that it's going to fit within. So just move my little structures here on top. So then doing this is as simple as just popping it on top of your drawing that you know lines up with where it needs to be. I'm going, okay, well actually that's okay. This should probably be up a bit higher though. So I'm looking at the sleeve point here. Okay, so it should be around there. Okay. So if I hold my arm there, then I will need some fresh glue. Okay. Okay, so there is that. I'm going to pop another bit on top as well, just to give it a bit more structure, surface area for the because this little bit here is a bit of a weak point structurally, just where it folds in. So okay, and the best way is for you here, like so. Okay, so now we have basically this enveloping effect that happens that even though obviously this is cut from one sheet of card, you can have stuff overlapping beyond where the cut was. In the first video, it kind of shows a little bit better where like this was actually much more open, because obviously it was out as far as there, but now it overlaps by at least that much at the back. Here, I'll draw with this pen so you can see it a bit better. So it overlaps now by about this much at the back. Like all this area now, it used to be flush with the edge here when I initially cut it. So it's kind of a nice way to add some contouring or layering of your surfaces for when you're doing cutout. And not everything needs to be flat, even if it is one sheet of paper that it's all cut from. It's like not quite origami, but it's just playing with the surface a little bit more rather than just having stuff layered on top of each other as different pieces. So, all right. Okay, I need to do a little bit of TLC on this, actually. Okay. Right. So now we have these little guys that we can pop in here to build up a bit more volume around our shapes. Cool. And same again with the back of this guy. So it gets a bit tricky when it's all quite tight in terms of the layering, but it's manageable still, really. Just a bit fiddly. Okay. So you just pinch it in at the sides just for those contact positions. Hold it for a little beat. Okay, that should hold there now. Just check to see the yoke. Okay, there's two people here. Hello, who's ever there? Okay. Right, so now there is our arm structurally kind of getting a bit more shape. Could probably flex it a bit more if I do a cross brace here. Actually, I might not do the I might do it flat rather than using these angled kind of braces, just because it only needs to pin 2 points together. It doesn't need to like raise them up. So it just needs to bridge two surfaces, really. Okay. Right. Okay, and I'll just pop in our hands so we can check to see that it lines. Where it needs to be. That's pretty good. So you can kind of manhandle or person handle or animal handle these as they go, so they kind of obey you a small bit more. But yeah, that's pretty good. Okay, so pop on Kermit that I finished last week, so you can see where he should be. Then himself, like so. Should probably have like put on some more at the bottom of this, so I might actually let's see. What can I do here? It's just so I can pin this down a small bit. So I'm just angling the edge of this guy to follow the contour of the original drawing a bit nicer. And same with this then as well. I'm just bending it. This is like not. I'm not aiming for like a very smooth surface or anything like that when I'm doing this. It's more just getting some shapes in there. You could be a bit more precise if you use some scoring techniques to curve the surface of the card. But yeah, that kind of gets more into almost seamstress kind of work where you're doing a pattern for like surfaces, like flat surfaces, and how they can curve. But yeah, I mean, there's ways around it anyways. Through again, a bit of manhandling. Okay, so there is himself. There he is with his head, and this is the little polo, I guess you call it, turtleneck, polo neck, turtleneck, whatever it's called. So I'm going to curve this a tiny bit. And let's see, I might lead with connecting him to it first. Yeah, cool. So what I'm going to do is going to do a little trick just to help when you have two surfaces. One is a flat surface and one is a kind of a rounded surface. You can basically pop in a little piece in between them, curve it the way it's, it'll fit a bit better to the surface area of the curved piece. Glue onto the flat surface of it, so it's a small bit curved, not a huge amount, but a small bit. Then pop that where they should kind of align, but where it won't be visible. Pop that there. Okay, so now that will stick in there. It'll have its little wings at the side though that you can bring up. And I'm going to trim back this corner because I have a feeling it might be a little bit visible. Okay. Right. So now we have his head, and then this curved surface here of the collar of the shirt or whatever you want to call it. And now we can kind of slide this up and down to where it needs to be. Pop in our glue so we've got good surface area. So make sure now that I don't keep sliding off the screen when I'm doing this. Okay, so just line that up at the bottom. Line up his height so he lines up where he should be. Okay, and I need to actually trim around this a little bit. Okay. So now we have Henson and I'm just going to start curving him a tiny bit as well, just to give him a small bit of dimensionality. I mean, you can't really see it here because the light is so flat because it's coming from on top, but this kind of stuff helps when you're like lighting your character afterwards. Okay, so now I'm going to make his eyes, and the easiest way to make eyes is to, because they're so small, you kind of just have to cut them out, and then you just black them out again. So I draw them roughly the size they need to be. But you always have to go back over them again with like pen or paint or whatever. It's because they're tiny. Okay. even with the little nail scissors, they're still very fiddly to do. Let's see now, is there any thingamajigs? Okay. I'll probably be selling this when I've finished it, just because I don't have anywhere to put it. Okay, so you see, like, this is already very fiddly. So I'm actually going to transfer it onto the cutting mat. So at least I can hold it in one position and round it off in the other. This is kind of why most of the stuff I do in cutout is just a little bit like wonky. I kind of lean into it rather than trying to like counteract just the nature of things being small and the incremental imprecision of one mark as it gets to the next stage. And obviously you can do something very clean and very processed if you want as well, but I don't mind. I don't mind if stuff's a bit wobbly, especially if you've kind of designed it that way. You can get away with a lot of things if it's intentional. Once your sizes are kind of right. Okay. So I'll probably add a little bit more tonal work onto the jersey, the jumper, whatever you call it, just to help readability, because it's quite dark. So it's kind of what you would do in some circumstances. You would kind of paint in shadows and stuff like that, if you know they're generally going to be in shadows. Okay, so those are the two eyes. I'm going to glue them on before I miss them and lose them. So see, I'll zoom in so you can see them a little bit better. Okay, so those are the eyes. Here's his head. Okay, the moment of truth. I have little pencil marks still present on the head to see where I need to put them. But eyes are the trickiest little feckers. So let's see. Okay, so right, tiny bit of glue. Okay, there's one eye. Almost lost this one. Okay, now this eye. So line it up where it needs to be. Okay, that looks pretty good. I just compress it down a small bit. There wasn't a lot of glue on there because the more glue, the messier it gets. Which you can maybe clean up in some cases, but in other cases, it just becomes a bit of a nightmare. Okay, so those are the eyes. You can see around the edges. Well, it's not too bad actually. But yeah, you have to do a little bit of clean up around the edges. Basically eyeliner, for lack of a better word. And then the eyebrows. I'm just going to paint on the eyebrows. It'd be different if it was like an animated character where you know they have the eyebrows to move, but this guy doesn't need to move, so. Okay, that looks okay. It's maybe a little bit messy, maybe, but for the size, it's okay. Okay, so there he is, set up. Next stage, I need to stick him on to the body. Let's see. Right. Okay, so I'm going to stick a little bit of card on the back of the curve of the neck here. I'll zoom out again so we can see. That's just so it has like a better surface to be flush with the jersey. So it's a lot of glue I used. Never mind. Not a very light touch with glue. Okay. Right. Now, pop glue onto that. Yeah, I should probably get some glue dots at some point. They can be a little bit neater in general. Okay, so line this guy up here. Get Kermit straight up. Get this guy in where he needs to be. Okay, I think that's about right. Okay. Yeah, that's looking not bad. So next thing I need to do is I have a bit of wire here that I was thinking I would use. Maybe I will use a little bit of a wooden spoon or like a lollipop stick. But let me just see. Yeah, I guess I can This is what I prepped earlier on, so I might just create a little stack here for this, guys. This is for the mic. I believe that's what a headband was for. It was for like, well, they used to also use it for like strapping the wee telly sets, the wee like, what did they call them again? The little closed circuit tellies they used for like seeing what they were performing, like to the camera from, when they were under set or just out of view, like whoever they were performing with, for coordinating things. So they used to have that strapped to their heads as well, sometimes with kind of a chest frame it would sit on too. There's a little kind of 8-inch closed circuit monitor. But yeah, I think mostly the little headband was for the mic. Okay, so I'm just going to cut out these bits, stack them together, make it a little bit light dimensional. Doesn't need to be very dimensional, but sharpen my scissors. Okay, and cut out the rest of the guys. Fine. Wonder, like, it's hard to know for that little number that says one person. Is that just me observing this via the YouTube studio thing, or if there's someone here? Who knows? Some silent observer. Okay, so I've kind of been going now for about an hour on this today, but I should be finished. Really, I should probably even have it popped in the frame before the before we get to 4 or 5. There's not a lot left in it really. I did the grunt work last week of like the painting and the detailing. Really, it's only the eyes really and the hand for Mr. Henson here that needed a bit of TLC. Okay, that's the last one of those bits. This is kind of not exact anyways because it's only just a little sandwich of black bits to create a kind of like a fake tube, like those old-fashioned mics, those old-fashioned headset mics. Kind of similar to what you'd have when you're in a helicopter or something like that. Okay. Now, so you can see here I have in the drawing, zoom in a small bit. So in the drawing, you can see that I have kind of like 2 different sizes. One is like so, those 2 big bits, and then I've got like a stack of 4 of these small pieces. They're going to be kind of a little bit offset, but because they're stacked, it's going to also build dimension. So those guys there. Cool. So I'll glue on this guy first. the main thing about having it imprecise. I should get a little nubbin for the edge of this, so I have a bit more control over the glue spread. You can also use like a little toothpick as well, but it doesn't matter too much. Okay. Right. So that's a bit there, and now these guys, just similarly build them up into a little stack and offset them a little bit so that they're kind of doing that same thing that the solitaire deck does when you finish it. The kind of after trail. Doesn't need to be huge though, actually, because there's quite a few little bits of them. But I know what I might do afterwards is I might sand down the edges so it feels a bit more like a continual surface. Okay. A bit closer together. There is that one there. That might be enough, actually. The 3 might be enough on that one. Yeah, I think 3 will be enough. Just by the distance it's being displaced, it kind of looks good. So let's let the glue set on those. Squeeze them down a bit. And next thing is, let me see, pull out an old toothpick or a paper clip I have here. Or will I use something else? I wonder. I have a bunch of little bits things I can use maybe for the yeah, I think I will use a little paper clip. But anyways. So now that that's like kind of hardened a little bit, I'm just going to sand it down a little bit. And then I'll repaint it again. Cool. And do a little bit of trimming. So I'm not doing too much moving around for this to be useful zoomed in. And same with this guy. Let's clean up a small bit. Now, just touch up the edges of these. Kind of similar to how we did the eyes. You don't have to black out the edges on everything. Like oftentimes we'd use cardboard, like grey cardboard, as much because it's a nice neutral as the fact that because its edges are grey and not white, it doesn't kind of flash as easily underneath the camera. But yeah, it's kind of depending on the color it's being painted or anything like that, we would try to match it a little bit closer if it's not particularly forgiving color change wise. Okay, so now get that guy there. These guys here. Right. So that's our little mic headset pickup fixed. Okay. So now I'll grab that bit of wire. I just have to trim it because I've got big sheets or big spools of wire here. Give me a second. Okay, back again. Right, so I have the wire here, and I'm just I'm going to do a quick tweak just to say we're nearly finished. Okay, right. So I also have some gold stuff, but I'm not sure if I'll use that. But anyways, a few different gauges of wire. I think I'll use the thicker aluminium because I can straighten it up a bit easier. Okay, so there is probably a bit of overkill in terms of the length of it, but it's not too bad. Okay, so now we need to do a little bit of finagling to get this into position where it should be. So this needs to kind of go along there, kind of parallel to the nose. That's what I'm thinking. So there. So then there should be a little bit of a bend here. Okay. And then I can trim it. Let's see, how deep in should that go? Yeah, about there. So trim that. And then I will also flatten it a little bit, just to give it a little bit more to purchase for when I'm gluing it down. How you doing, Lizzie? Okay, so you can see here. Let's see if I can focus. So you can see here that I have flat. And again, that's just for better surface area for when it's gluing. Okay. I'll do the same as well for the back end, but the back end I can kind of hide it a little bit more. Doesn't need to have as much going on. So kind of loosely, I'm just going to pop in some glue here. Maybe not that loosely, but yeah, it'll be okay. Okay, then I will. This guy goes here, so. Right, so then that's that set up there. And I've adjusted a little bit just so that there's a bit more of the bend visible of the wire. And I have to pop this down. And I will need to pop another bit of paper at the back. because otherwise it just doesn't have enough to hold. Paper to metal doesn't really work as well on its own. You can need to help it a little bit, either by increasing the surface area or making it a little bit rougher as well. But see, popped it out a bit there. You'll be a bit generous at the back where you can't see it, but okay. It's easier to clean it up afterwards as well. Just trim these corners a bit, but also I can just squeeze it in a small bit there. Just helps a little bit. Yeah, it's a little bit tilted, so. Now, and okay, so then there is our little Brittany mic, Mariah mic, whatever you want to call it. Also have this thinner wire. It'd be better using rod really, but this does the job for tying to the hands. So going from the wrist to the hands. So I'm just straightening it out from the coil. And okay, that's about right. Let's see how far do we need to go. Yeah, okay. So we have that much. Yeah, cool. It's about halfway. Cool. So the reason why I'm doing this as one piece rather than two pieces is just to have a little bit better purchase on the inside the hand, in between the thumb and the fingers, as such. Then you can kind of spray it out a little bit, or splay it out a little bit, and line it up where those hands are without like losing your center point here. So I'm going to make a little pocket of card to wrap them in with a bit of glue. And it's just like simple as that, really. So pop glue in there. Again, this is just so it has a little bit more surface area to work with. So pop that inside there. Make a little wire sandwich. Just hold it in position for a little bit. You can straighten up your wires as good as you can. It doesn't have to be super straight, because again, everything's a little bit off when you're doing things by hand. So now there's our little thing to pop in behind the hand, like so. So I'm going to take our hand off here, find the best place to put that. Okay, something like that works. And yeah, you're kind of rolling the fingers then a little bit to wrap around it. Check my positioning. Okay, I'm going to probably do this afterwards, but because the position might shift a little bit depending on where Kermit is. Again, just using that little sleeve connection on the wrist. This is long enough now. Cool. Okay, so that then we'll attach to where the hands are. So the hands will be out a little bit like this. Cool. So I'll do that first with the hands. But I will actually just pop out my frame. Okay. This is the frame it's going to go into. And I'm going to have to Dremel it out a small bit, but basically our guy is going to be in here. And I will I'll be dremeling a hole here for Kermit to slot out. So basically gonna like pop that out, pop it in, and then have him work away. So you just see a little bit of him underneath the frame before he pops out. I think that still works okay for space. Yeah, that looks okay. I might straighten him up a bit. Yeah, cool. I think that'll work okay. So Kermit is straight, up, like so, and Jim is like so. It's kind of how I planned it. And then the wire, I'll do a little bit of them fingers go. Oh, there we go. The wire, I'll just make little slots as well for that to go out through. But I'll do that once I have all this rigid first. So I'm not doing a lot of guesswork. Okay, so next thing to do is attach the little mic. So again, keeping it parallel to him, so I know he's there. Okay, parallel to the nose. Okay. So I think that's a good position for it. So I'll just again have to do a little bit of a card sleeve in order to get a bit of surface area to the back of this yoke. But I can also bend it a small bit. So if I bend it like that, that'll help as well. Okay, so that like so. Yeah. Okay, so now utter chaos here. Let's clear up some bits. So now I can first flatten these bits, just to give it a bit more of a flush surface to work with the card. Then just plenty of glue. So one thing about wire, it's easy to clear off glue for wire. It's a lot of glue there, but yeah, still good. So yeah, just hold those together for a little bit. Okay, and should be good there now. So I'll do a little pinching as well with the pliers on it, just kind of compress it down together again. And then we'll be good to go. Okay, right. Okay, so just grip it down, and then I can see how it lines up behind the head. Might have to do a little bit of cleanup, like trimming the edges or whatever, but I think it should be okay. Okay, so now right. Okay, so now this goes there, and head goes there. Where just kind of snugly in behind the cheekbone, so yeah, it should be good. You know, blob of glue. And the line is up here in front of me now, so forgive me if it falls out of the line with where you're looking at. Okay. Now. Okay. Right, so there he is there. He's set up with his little wired Britney mic. Okay, so now we have everything really set up for him. So the only thing left to do is prep our little surface here. So there's kind of two ways we can go about it. So he'll fit inside here. Well, he'll fit inside the back rather. So I might trim it back a small bit just so he's a little bit snugger. Just at the shoulder points. It should be okay because he's angled, but just to give him a little bit more clearance, not as crowded. I might do a little bit of shadow stuff on his sleeves as well, just to give him a bit more kind of forced volume or fake volume as such, but that's not too bad really. Let's see. Okay. So again, this doesn't need to be as low down. It can be a little bit higher if need be. So height-wise, yeah, that's about right. Check out these guys, see where these need to be then. So hands there. This lad's hand there. Yeah, that should work okay. Yeah, we have a little bit of play in case we need to make it a small bit longer. Just trim this a tiny bit. My little sleeve along the top of those wires there. We don't need that much surface area for the sake of having a little bit more play with the vertical position of where those wires are hooking up to where Kermit's hands are. Okay. Right. Now, pop him in there. It's kind of what we're looking at. He's going to be proud by that much. Get my... So again, the thing about the frames of these yokes is a lot of them are very shallow. So I'll probably do this one without glass. So he'll be mounted to some card at the back. And so he's going to be a little bit proud from the background, like a little bit closer to the foreground. But let me think, I think the halfway point is probably good. So if he's there, yeah, so he can be there. And Kermit is coming up right in the middle, so I'll figure out now best place for Kermit. Pencil. Okay, a little bit further in. Okay. So now position him inside. That's how he's going to be inside there. Kermit, position-wise, I will use my top down as a little benefit of checking this. See how it lines up. Okay, so Kermit. Okay, it's pretty good. The drop shadow is a bit severe because of this yoke's position, but it's a better angle, I think. There we go. Okay. He's a bit lower like that. Kermit's a bit more to the left. Okay, so that's the kind of slot then we'd cut for Kermit to slide through. It is there. Cool. So I might just do this with the I do it with my carving knife. I might do. Let's see. I don't really want to drag the Dremel inside here. Because the couch is behind me here, so let me see. Yeah, first of all, I'll gauge it with the scalpel. So sorry, I just have to do this outside of shot. Because that is the best way for me to get an eyeball on it. The wood is very, very flimsy on this frame, so which is good for what I'm doing it for. Okay, so let me see, where is my carving knife? Where's that little fucker? There it is. Hey, whoever is watching, I think there's 2 people watching. So I need to sharpen this yoke actually as well, but it'll do for what I need to do. I need to be again the frame is a glorified cardboard, so just get my position a bit better here. Okay, so right. So, yeah, that should be okay. I might Dremel this, but we'll see. Dremel, and then for the arm wires, I might have another slot in front then as well. But yeah, I'll have a check out, because it might be proud enough here, like so, that the arms will go forward. The wire can go in front of the frame, but I'll have a think and figure out the best way to do it. I don't really want to use the Dremel because it can kind of just scorch the timber. So not that you can't like just sand it down afterwards, of course, but it's the exciting stuff where you're just watching me carve wood for 2 hours instead of me doing it in 20 seconds with a Dremel. But so it doesn't need to be very wide a slot actually, because of how I've done the card, even though it has those little riblets there, they can flatten to a certain extent. So it just needs to be proud enough to push it through. It's okay if it crumples a little bit, because it's more about the support in place. it will have to be a little bit wider than it is there. A little bit of a curve at the front. So. Again. It's kind of more an experiment than nothing else, really. But I like the idea of like thinking about the like for cutouts to have them play with the framing, so they can be in the framing or project a little bit beyond the framing. It's just a nice way to incorporate the kind of layering and kind of decoupage feel of it. Okay, I might just pop this in next door into the kitchen and Dremel it briefly. Let's see. I'm about halfway through already, so maybe I won't. The Dremel kind of goes a bit too quick sometimes to control it too well. Not that I'm like great at carving things in general, but. So that is about halfway down. So I'm still going to use a backdrop on this as well, though. So that's what the backing is going to be used for. Now start carving at the front a tiny bit. So again, you're looking in this way. And I'll probably use a little bit of a lollipop stick behind this just to support it upright as well. So, you know, if it gets a little bit of digging around while you're moving it or framing it or hanging it rather, you know, it won't be the card that gets the brunt. It'll be the little bit of backing. Okay, I think we're nearly through. It's whittling a frame. I will probably use the drill to drill the little wire holes though. I actually have a little thumb drill I can use for that. It's good for small little holes. Use a chisel for this as well, of course, but all my chisels are stuck in a box underneath more boxes at the moment. Yeah, we're about 2/3 of the way through, actually. It's a little bit more. We'll be all the way through. And then we can start testing out the waters for the best way to fit them in. Whether probably going to be from the bottom is the most awkward, so it'll be slotted in from the top, I imagine. Just based on how wide the arms are and the frill and stuff like that. Like if I'd made this as I was going, if I had this ready, I probably would have like waited to glue Kermit together until I had him slotted through the hole, so I could push him up from underneath and then have him pop out at the top. But not too big a deal either way. I'll sand off the edges of this as well, so it's kind of more of a smooth, rounded slot. Doing it slowly, working our way through it. There's a little whetstone I need to find for this blade now to sharpen it. Doesn't matter if the slot is a bit bigger than Kermit as well, in terms of a bit wider, because it kind of has to be a little bit wider just to accommodate his weight as he slots through it. So even if he's, the neck of him or the hip of him, whatever you want to call it, it's at the bottom, joining the wood is a little bit not super snug. It's kind of just nature of it. Since it's kind of decided by his maximum width as you push him through. Okay, yeah, we're through the bottom. Right, so you can see there that maybe you can't. See there, we're through. So we just need to continue doing this, and it might split underneath a little bit. So I'll just be less gougy, more scrapey, or less stabby, more scrapey. That's probably wide enough to get through at its widest point. So now I just have to even it up as we go further down. It's going to be sawdust anyways, but it's less scattered. So, yeah. So I'm pretty sure this is just like cardboard with a veneer in terms of the frame. Some of those IKEA numbers, I think. Judging by the whitening at the edge as I carve down the white bit here. That's the edge of the veneer. Okay, so you can kind of see the hole there that's in there as it is. So I just need to massage it open a bit more. like almost like a little knife holster. Oh, there we go. Okay. So yeah, we're getting there. Puppy, sleeping. Yeah, sleep your eyes. Stabby, stabby, stabby. most riveting stuff here, but yeah, what needs to be done to get it finished. Okay. Still a bit too narrow. So it needs to be, well, it's actually kind of the right width, but it just needs to be a bit thicker of a slot, or a bit square of a slot. So just going to bring it down so it's more square. Yeah, it's easier now though. So once I've cut it all the way through, I can kind of shape it a little bit nicer. Or a little bit quicker at least, even if it's not terribly nice. So I might spray the inside of this black as well, but I'm sure we'll see how we get on. Spray paint the inside of it black. Get a little bit smaller. That's a bit more respectable than it's not. Just need to take it in a small bit more. Just clean out this corner, so it's not getting pinched too much as it slots in at the side. Nearly there. So a bit more cleaning up. Okay. Right. So there's Kermit. Slotted through. And I'll do a bit of touch-ups to this guy as well, but there he is. Lower Kermit a bit more. I'll just re-glue this little spot that came undone as I was pushing it through. Right, we may not need a lollipop stick, but might just make one anyways, just to give it a little bit of sturdiness. I don't want it like getting crunched up by whatever when you're shipping it or posting it to people. So, will this work? Yeah, that'll almost work perfectly. Good. Clear up some of this paint. And also going to just trim the sides here of this guy. Okay. I'll just use the snips to do. Don't need to be very precise. So then, well, there's two ways I can go about this. One is jump that up there like that. It'll do a good bit. But I might just pop it up like this, so the head has a bit of support as well. Yeah, I'll glue the head back then. Strap it to that. I think that's the best way to do it. Same way I did the little collar pieces on the last one. Do the collar pieces on this, on the sleeve pieces, or whatever you want to call them. So this needs to be folded a little bit. A bit of glue there. A bit of glue there. Some touch glue there. And pop the top on our glue. To help us hold itself. So now I'm just holding the head in position here, strapped to the lollipop stick. So it has a kind of little bit of a rigid spine. Because cardboard does have a tendency to lean forward sometimes when it's in these positions. And you kind of want this angle to be a little bit further back. Or at least it would have a tendency the way I've built it here. Okay. Right. So there's Kermit. And himself goes in here, like so. That's where he goes. And then he has his little hand, which is somewhere here. There's his hand. And then for the threads, I will just have to grab the little thumb screw thing next door in the kitchen, just so I can bore a hole down through it. But it looks pretty good, I think. I'm not sure what color backdrop to pop behind it, but I'm thinking like I don't have enough of this, I don't think, for doing a gold backdrop. That looked pretty cool, but I might have enough to do a little bit of a beading around, maybe. We'll see. Okay. In any case, we can pop out our little Kermit again from his little slot. Pop that out there. And I'm going to clean up the edge of this. Yeah. Okay, so let's clean up this a small bit, so it's not as scrappy looking. Actually, I might do it using this little guy. Because that's just like a very thin veneer of actual wood. You can't really sand it too much at the edges, but that's okay. Well, we can, but it's just going to show up the veneer as much as nothing else. It's actually fairly snug with the contours of the card for Kermit's little belly, or what do you call them, his hips. So we have like we have a little bit of a cushion at the back because of the way the curve is here. So the way the curve is there, that if we straighten that out, there can be a little gap at the back, but the front can be nice and snug then. All right, that's okay sanding wise. And I'll just get the wee eraser out. Get rid of my little pencil marks as well. Okay, so I think that's the frame slot done. So now I just need to make the little slot for these guys. For the hands. And they're going to be like a little bit in front, but not like a huge amount in front. So the best way to do those are, again, probably using that little thumb drill. So I'll just grab that and be back in a second. Get the room. again. Yeah, never rhyme again. Here I am. Back again. All right. Get up here. Right, so I have like a little thumb drill. So I'm going to loosen this up, pop in an even smaller bit. Okay. Right, so now to figure out where these guys go. So if I pop this slide in here, then I get my little arm wires. I have a bit of flexibility with this, so it doesn't need to be super precise or anything, but it can help just to any little bit that we can be accurate. I might pop another sleeve bit at the back of this just to help with positioning, but that looks pretty good, I think. Okay, so where this hand keeps popping out, so okay, so okay, so hand here. Just gives us a bit more length in it to trim. Because it might be a tiny bit peeking up behind the thumb otherwise. Right. Let's pop that there. Okay, so that's kind of what we're looking at for the final guy. Just him a tiny bit there. Okay, so just trying to get this yoke to position itself right. Let's see, best way, just pop that in there. Okay. Okay. Hello. So yeah, I'm just making a little pilot, little point. Again, this doesn't need to be super accurate, but just slowly working my way down. Okay. Now, I'm not the most dexterous when it comes to this shit, but I'll get it working. Yeah, it's getting through it slowly. There we go. Fortunately, the little cordless drill I have, this bit is too small to fit into it. Otherwise, I'd use that as well. Well, let's see. I'll just use it anyways. Bit banjaxed actually. So I might just have to get another bit. This bit is a bit better. Okay. I think it's working better. Most of the bits I have are like steel bits, or for drilling steel. So for armature making, I don't actually have a lot of like little wooden bits. Yeah, let's get through it. Again, this stuff is like powder anyways, once you get past the veneer of actual wood. I'm kind of banking the angle of this a small bit because I know that the rods are kind of spreading out a small bit, but they can be corrected to fit. It's not a big deal. Yeah, it's getting through it. The bit is a little bit dull, actually. Could do with a sharpener as well, but it's the smallest one I have, I think, that's in any way sharp. So sorry, this is not very interesting to look at the moment. But yeah, there's not long left now till I'm finished. I should be finished before 6. So it's like just I think about 8 hours, 10 hours for the whole thing, maybe. So that's a good bit in now. Sorry, I don't have multiple angles to work with here, but not quite at that level of setup for live streams. Maybe in future we'll have a picture-in-picture insert views of close-ups or something. We're nearly through, like that far in, so yeah. Clean up the bit a bit. The easier ways I can show you this. Kind of awkward no matter what way I position it. Still need to do a little bit of touch-ups on the jumper, just to give it a little bit of shading, like a fake kind of drop shadow. Cool, nearly through that one. Again, if I got it at the drill, I would do it in a few seconds, but I'm really milking the footage count here. Cool. True. We got through one. So now to do the next one, which will take probably another 10 minutes. Based on how slow I am. A bit better light-wise, maybe. See them a bit better if the background give you something to look at. So yeah, as I was saying, a small bit of touch up to the jumper and the beard and hair, and then the painting is all done, and I can kind of assemble it. For the back card, I may end up using some pastel card I have there, like for this little backing board behind in the back of the frame that he'll be fixed to, or kind of floating a little bit in front of, but fixed via like a wedge of card or a little block. So again, I'm just drilling holes for the little wire rods that are going through from his hands. So these guys. Oh, took a nosedive. How are we doing depth-wise? I think we're a little past the halfway point. We're not doing too bad. Okay. I'll sand the edges of this a little bit afterwards just to get rid of the little burrs. Okay. I don't know why rests per minute are. Probably about four rests per minute. Yeah, we should still get this finished before 6. Okay, I think it's nearly through the other side. Not long now, really. Yeah, another like 2-3 millimeters. Okay. Cool. Okay, let's tap through both wee holes. Now just sand the top bits of it. And just a little bit of sanding in the bottom bits as well. Okay, so these wires basically go up here, like so. Kermit goes down the back slot, like so. And then we just match up his little hand positions where the wire is. Pop his hand out. Pop his hand out. Then pop in Jim. And Jim's hand. I'll just pop this in there first. Okay. Right. So there's like the setup of it basically. As you can see, it all fits in fairly seamlessly. Curve that a little bit more around his arm. Give him a bit more structure. Yeah, that's about it. So I'm going to do the touch-ups now on Jim. I'll just brush some of that stuff away, some of that gunk. Pop out my little bits into their little case. Okay. Right. So for the touch-ups for this guy, I might bring him down a little bit so he's a bit bigger. Okay, right, so we have our little paint here again. Where did my little brush go? There it is. I could use an actual proper brush, of course, but I'm just using this little one for the moment. I'm just getting some of this dark stuff, mixing it up a bit. So it's a light wash. So, and then I'm just going to try and carefully, well, not even too carefully, but I might use the bigger brush. Not sure if you can see that very well, but it's a bit awkward because I have to paint underneath and behind. And same here with these guys. Just paint in a bit here again. Right. So all the parts are finished now. For our main guys. Where did that hand go? Where did you go? There it is. So I just need to glue this hand to these wires. Get himself in shot. So glue this hand to these wires by just adding glue on there and there into the little card envelope I've made. Okay, I'll just put that over there. Right away. And just kind of tidy that up there a small bit. Okay, and for the back of the hand, I'm actually going to glue on little tabs around the fingers so they don't, like, when they can tend to unfurl a little bit depending on like air content. I might give this a little bit of spray varnish as well afterwards. Like I have some watercolor varnish I might try, just to give it a little bit more of the like staying power. But there's two people there watching now again at the moment. Right, so so this doesn't need much really. Okay, so just a little bit of glue there. And basically just need to add a little bit of glue onto the back of this finger here. How's it going, Jonah? Okay. Then the same with the other little bits. So making just little tabs for the fingers so that they don't unfurl on top of each other. So they keep kind of rolled up a little bit. Thanks, Jonah. It's all just trying to line things up properly, really, but okay. So you can kind of like glue card in behind stuff to give it a bit more structure. Especially if you're like working with just one layer. Okay, and then the last little guy. So I'm kind of just slipping these behind each subsequent layer. See if I might be able to focus. So you can see that maybe there. So that's the back of the hand, and then the front. It's basically creating a little gate so that the little pinky won't slide behind or won't slide in front of that finger, and you can kind of just unroll it then a little bit more naturally. And it's also giving me a little bit of another surface to tuck the wire sleeve behind. So there's a little guide there, just so it's nice and sturdy. So then you can curve that over. I'll trim. There's a little bit overshooting here. See, there's a little bit overshooting on this guy here. So just have to trim that back. Cool. So then you have a little bit more body to the hand, so it won't spring back as easy. So they can a little bit, and even like paper is not the most resilient, so you can just like, even like this is Fabriano stock I'm using, but it's even then it's not like invincible as such. So you kind of want to glue anything down that you want to keep in position, and I could like do a cantilevered little structure there, like if I might do that anyways, just for the sake of overkill almost. So if I put a little surface like this, yeah, something like that here. But I'll tab in a fold. There. So that has a little bit of a fold in it. This surface will go there. And then the other surface will go at the bottom there. Doesn't need to be very clean. So then I can, come on, you little guy. It's like a little flying buttress then you can have at the back, just to keep it in position. This paper does tend to buckle when you want it to be straight, and straighten when you want it to be curved. Okay, so should be sturdy enough anyways for the wire as well. I need to fix the sleeve here a little bit. Just a small bit of glue. Just in there to begin with. Sorry, it's kind of hard to show it because it's such a fiddly little piece, but okay. Well, you can have like a fold. You can do folding with, if you were to score the back, you would create like a more angled fold without risk of like it like the outer edge looking like it was kind of being bent as such. It would look more just like a clean fold. Okay, all right. So yeah, I think I can just glue this hand down into the sleeve. Right. Okay. Yeah. I might have to put a little bit of well, it should hold once the rods are kind of gone through the hole, but let's see. Okay. Yeah, that should be okay actually. We'll see. I might have to put a little bit of wire under that arm to keep it in position. Okay. Right. So okay. So that's him set up there. Pop the wires through here. Actually, I might just quickly get rid of the little pencil marks that I made earlier on. So I'll just pop him out. Finish the sanding as well. Just like get rid of the little split in the laminate, because again these aren't actual wood, just like a fiber board covered with a veneer. Okay. And this is just a dry fit to begin with, and then I will get it in position with the backing as well. It's quite a snug fit actually, going through the little slot at the top. Need to put the arm up through that as well. So this is, I think, 180 GSM. I'm not sure what that is in wherever you might be, but I know printer paper is about 80. So it's at least twice as much. It's the Fabriano Primiano, I think it is. Fabriano's little imprint. So it'll hold the shape pretty good. Like even without a backing board, nothing like that, it's it's staying in position where it needs to be. Without too much business as such from my side of it. Just get up a little bit more so we can see the full thing. Oh, no, nearly there. But yeah, I mean, that's kind of, I tend to use Fabriano mostly, but then you could just use like cardboard as well. The nice thing about Fabriano obviously is that it's white, so it's better to add things to. I did for this, yeah. But you could use, like, if there was something that needed more curving or more kind of soft bending, you'd use a lighter watercolor stock, something that could still take take water without buckling too much. But yeah, there's a certain amount that you kind of have to finagle it around. Like if you're doing something more like a paper sculpture rather than like this is more like almost more like a collage as such. I think I will have to put wire in his arm just to make it a bit more rigid, so it doesn't bend in at the wrist because of the torsion that's happening here. But yeah, I mean it's pretty much there. Like if I pop the back in. That's pretty close to what it will be in the end. Yeah, that looks pretty good, I think. See, I can have him up a bit higher to match up with the rod positions. So it's okay if he's a little bit higher. But I have like a little bit of give in like how low he is down on the sleeve. Yeah, there's like basically our guy. So something like that is normally. Like I haven't done these kind of ones in a while. But yeah, generally I would work because they're tricky to frame if they're deep. Like this one isn't super deep even. Like you can see here, it just pops out a little bit. But it's just harder to work with glass and the like. Like I could rebate this in on the front instead, or like further rebate this up so that it goes all the way to the edge, and that's where I put the glass, and then I would put this at the back again. But yeah, I mean that's another job altogether, really. So I'm going to put some wire, or maybe just a little bit of a lollipop stick again. I have a few lying around. Where are those bits? There we go. It's always handy having a few of these guys around. And I'll just trim it back with the snips. And when you get into doing things like substitutions, that's where you kind of figure out, okay, well, how much time do I have to fine tune each position? Yeah, sometimes what I would do is like I would just have a deeper frame so that the back of the frame and the glass would kind of be deep enough to allow it like room to breathe. But it just happens to be the only frame I have handy at the moment. It's just it's kind of a dearth of frames suitable. There's not many places that you can get like reasonably priced frames, because you could spend obviously a proper couple of £100 on a frame custom made, or I can make it myself as well, of course, if I had the time. But that's another beast altogether. Okay, so there is the lollipop stick. So I'm going to glue it down. Yeah, things are a little bit harder to move around. But if you do varnish it, it makes it easier. So if you do a light little, like a matte varnish, that's what actually I'll probably do right after this. Once I have everything in position, so I'm not attaching any more bits, I'll varnish them. Okay. Right. So there's the lollipop stick glued in. Okay, so that's the lollipop stick glued there. And I'll go and do another little sleeve of paper behind it as well, just to give it a little bit of extra surface to cling to. So it doesn't need to be super precise as that. It's just okay. What's that look like? Okay, just a little bit narrower. It is handy just being able to make the stuff you need to make yourself if you're stuck, of course. Yeah, there's still some places that deliver frames, but it's really hard to tell from what they have online what quality the frames are. And they're nearly all veneer frames anyways, you know, unless you're paying like 50, 60 quid for a frame, even a frame this size. If it's like not custom made, but if it's ready made as such. So if a frame is under 50 quid, it's going to be veneer. So it's kind of what you're getting. Okay. Oh. No. Okay, so that should give it a little bit more structure to the arm. I'll just trim it. There's a few little bits that are going to overlap or peek behind. Okay, now. Right, that looks okay, I think. I'll cut another bit of card and just pop it behind it too, to give it a small bit of structure around the bend of the elbow. Again, not, you know, at this point I'm just structurally adding stuff. It doesn't need to look pretty. I'm not going to be shy with the glue. Okay, so let's see. Let's go here. Let's trim this tiny bit here. Okay, so now that's him done. He's fairly rigid. That arm, if it moves up, the whole arm will move rather than just the wrist, as it was. Okay, so Now I'll go select my paper to slot behind it. And where did I put that stuff again? Oh, I think it's up there. So I'll grab the paper and select the color. It looks nice. Maybe a nice amber. A few ambers here. Oh, there it is. Right, so a few different colors to work with. Maybe a blue will work okay. Does that look? That's a bit too soft, a bit too dull. That looks kind of okay because the colors are quite warm otherwise. But yeah, these pastel card actually have this fairly muted. It's like the warmest I have. That color. Well, it's not dissimilar to the color of that really. Have a little check here. So I do have some of this scrap paper stuff as well. Maybe some of the stuff, let's see, I have there's the yellows. There's not many colors in this either, but there's a little bit more color in them. Maybe that yellow is too dull, really. Go with a full pink. That might be nice. Just as a mix it up. Maybe I will go with pink. Just for the sake of having a vibrant color. Let's see. The blue is not bad either, actually. This stuff. The blue's kind of nice. The blue's kind of cool. Yeah, I might use the blue. Let's see. Green. The green, it kind of helps. Yeah, I'll use the green. Okay. So I'll scalpel front. And just use this guy as a rough. Area first. And right. So there is the green. I'll trim it to proper size as well, but that's it for the moment. Just make sure that stays there as well. Okay. Okay, so green. Should use Pritt stick for this, really, but I'll actually just do it on the frame first. I just scrape it around a bit, just a bit of card. Now, the thing about using this scrap paper is it's very porous, so it kind of can soak up stuff fairly easy. Use the ruler here. Okay, and then I'll just trim the edges by flipping over. This makes it easier to fit it in behind. That pops back on again, like this. Actually, that should go underneath. Oh, just this. Check my distances. So I hang straight. It's 1. So just this in here a little bit. Two either side. Cool. It's all good. Right. So now that can go in the back here. Might varnish this as well, but what I might just do is quick spray varnish of this one. Side shoot now. So I did a gloss varnish on that green, so we'll see how that works out. But then for these guys, I can do a matte varnish using this stuff. It says for acrylic medium, so it works for watercolor as well. Sure, we'll see. Now I don't want to ruin my brushes, so let's see. Where are my cheap brushes? Okay, so I will just risk it with this guy is a bit lanky anyways, but okay, bit of water. Let's see now how this might work. Okay, so it'll add a little bit of gloss to it, but hopefully not too much. Hopefully it'll more kind of deepen the colors than anything. But the final thing I need to do after I position them all in the picture frame is we'll reposition things a little bit here. Do some touch-ups on his eyes, maybe. Because it's for acrylic, and the thing about acrylic is it doesn't reactivate with water or with liquid as such. This guy seems to be reactivating a little bit. So, just 1 second. might do a little bit of touch up with the white afterwards, but cool. Right. So now just wash that guy a little bit. So that's Kermit, varnished. And now I'll start off with the light parts of Jim. Watch that those eyes don't bleed. I think that ink is, what is it? Is it permanent? I don't think it is permanent. If I dab, it should be okay. It's only if I get a bit streaky. I'm not sure what the drying time on this is actually. Is it about 40 minutes or something? Minimum 24 hours. So I guess we'll leave it for 24 hours before assembling the whole thing, but I'm not using a very thick layer, so. Well, mostly not using a thick layer. I think there's some bits that are a bit thicker. It's pooling a small bit. But okay. Now wash this a small bit again and finish the hand. So the varnish will also keep it in position a little bit easier as well, so it won't shift around too much, because it kind of seals the one surface, so it acts as a rigid, or kind of a rigidifier, I guess you'd call it. And the last thing is the little mic. Okay. So yeah, it says like keep this for 20 whatever hours before the next layer. But I'm only putting on one layer, so it's less of a big deal. But it will like make it easier if you needed to dust it or clean it up any bit. Right, so those are those guys varnished. I'll just wash my brush. So that was the glossy varnish on this guy then, which looks pretty good, I think. Kind of has just a different quality. This is the bed. So I think I could probably glue this somewhat together. Let's see. And again, I'm not using the glass at all for this in particular. Okay, so that's it after being varnished. You can see it's a deeper color, a little bit kind of marbled almost. So I'll let it dry off a bit more. I might just like spread this stuff around a tiny bit, so it doesn't look like it has pooled bits. It look a bit crusty. Yeah. Right, so I'm going to do this way because it makes my life a bit easier than setting it in position and then having to shift him around. So I'm going to pop this green block in first, like so. It will behave. All the little tabs at the back. Yeah, okay. So there's the green tab, green back, all tabbed in. As you can see, it's all set up. So the next thing to do is to glue him in place. So I need to put some blocks behind him just to raise him up a little bit. So I'm going to use some of the same watercolor stock that I had before. I have a little pencil here as well that I'm going to just go over and touch things up a small bit once it's properly dry. And maybe a little bit of whitewash as well, just to give a little sparkles in the eyes. But yeah, what I'm going to do is I'm going to just cut some blocks of this stuff and stack them on top and just make it a little bit proud, so it's not like right on the surface of that. And how will do that is I'll just use the scissors. And it doesn't need to be very precise or anything like that. They're just big blocks to go behind them. I'll just glue them all into separate leaves. And this one there. And let's see, is that enough? That might be. I'll just pop them on there to see what it looks like. Maybe a little bit more. So what I can do is I can just fold the ones in the middle in half, and then that'll kind of double its thickness. Maybe two of them. I'll fold two of them in half. Okay, so there's like two folded in half, and a little bit onto the top. So overall, you know, it covers a good bit of area still. See it this way. It's the best way to angle these things. Might just fold this one over in half as well. So there. There, cool. Yeah, that'll work. So I'm going to now just glue all these together. Pop that there. Glue that side. Glue that side. Glue that side. And glue this side. Glue here. The last little piece. Okay, so that's the backing for your mat setup. Once these are dry to the touch, they might be still a bit tacky, but once they're dry to the touch, I can glue them properly into position. But I will trim these guys back a small bit, just to make it easier, so that if they do poke out behind a small bit, they're not visible. Oh, I forgot to put a bit of glue on. I did. Again, these are kind of just the things you do to space out stuff a little bit. To just give a little bit of depth, and not a huge amount, but just helps. You can also use, they have those foam stick, kind of tacky sticks. You can pop behind, and that builds them up as well. I have a few of those here as well, but kind of like using the card where I can. Okay, so there's a little wedge. And now, if we were to pop our guy on top, that's where he would go. Yeah, that looks pretty good, I think, depth-wise. That stuff is almost dry as well. Like, I can almost mostly patch him in. Yeah, that's pretty good. I think I can actually put these guys together now. Okay, so I'm going to pop glue in here. Let's glue this to his back, like so. Okay, so now that's going to sit proud when it's popped in there, like so. The varnish actually can help deepen colors as well if you're doing watercolor or acrylics that feel a bit flat, especially if you're not working, if you're working on paper. The paper can tend to flatten the colors sometimes just by how it absorbs. There's just a little bit of dust there. Just pop it out. Right. So that guy's good to glue down when I want. But I'll position him so his rods are going through the right way. The trickiest thing about these guys is actually photographing them afterwards, because they're kind of very awkward to photograph due to the way they're made. Okay. Right. Okay, so now Kermit is fairly dry to the touch as well. So I can pop him through here as well. He's only a small bit soggy, but no big deal. We can get him in. Get him in, that's half the trouble. Cool. So now I'm going to pop some glue at the back of this guy. Enough that I can kind of reposition him around a little bit so it won't dry too quickly, but then pop a little bit of glue on his arm. And this is going to be a tricky little job, but I'll get it eventually. So I'm going to, let me see, the best way to do this, I can just pop this off, I think. I will glue it later on. Yeah, I'll wait for that to glue. So I'll attach him first here. It's a bit haphazard now, and I'm figuring out the best way to assemble it, but we'll get there. Right, now try this again. bit of glue. Pop that on there. Okay, is that okay height-wise? Yeah, I think that's okay height-wise. Okay. Yeah, that works. Okay. So now I just need to color it up a bit. And again, just a little bit of card. Actually, I can use this guide. To a certain extent, anyways. And now, how you doing? Come say hello. Okay. Right. I will have to put a little bit of support just behind the body here as it leans down. So I might just use another wee lollipop stick. Where's that? There, here. Let's see. Trim back a tiny bit. Doesn't need a huge reach trim back, but it helps a small bit. Yeah. And the glue onto it. And just pop it in here. So here's where it starts getting very scrappy because you're trying to like glue in bits as you go. Okay. I could use wire as well, but it's just a bit easier with the lollipop stick. You get a bit more purchase. And then I'll just do a little bit of an envelope around it as well. Just so it will hold it a little bit easier. I mean, once it's in, like it's kind of not going to be moving around too much, but it just helps me align things a little bit easier when it's still on the way. Okay, so right, this there. Okay, yeah. Okay. Just wee little supports first off the bat, then I can put a long one on afterwards. So actually, that'll do. Okay. Now I'll just glue this on the back. just point it in with the knife here. Right. So now I can glue this down at the back here. Just make sure there's plenty of coverage. Pop in our frame here. Or back into our frame rather. Okay, so now we can line this up. Have it float where we want it to float. I think that looks pretty good. I forgot to tab it in, so tab it in here. There it is there. So now just to the wires for Kermit's hands. Get those working the way they should be working. Okay. So that's it, pretty much. I just have to glue the hands down, and it's done. So let's see. The other little bits I might need to do. The matte varnish seems to be looking good. It does a little bit of bleed unless you set the colors properly. It's not too bad. So I'll just right. So now the back of the hands are going to be a little bit awkward, but it's just a matter of, I think, get a small bit of a bend. So I flatten it a small bit. Ooh. I'll flatten it. Just a little pliers. Same with this guy. this kind of stuff is quite forgiving when you're working with it. Like cutout doesn't need to be match exactly what your plan is as such in order for it to still work. It's pretty neat looking though, I think. All right. Okay, so now I have to do a little envelope around this guy, so it's a bit awkward because it's quite small. Just for the hand, the back of the hand. See, it's kind of about that size, a little bit smaller. Okay. Right, and sometimes the easiest thing to do is to glue it on and then slide the wire in afterwards. Close up on us. Okay. Need to trim the corners of this guy a little bit, actually. Before I stick it on fully. So I'll cover this guy in some glue. So it's very awkward to show you guys exactly what's happening. Okay. Okay. That's one arm, I guess. bit too big. Okay. Okay, so that's just about done. Let's straighten up some of the wires. Make sure this is gluing on right. Okay. Right. That's done. Only thing to do is to do the touch-ups I mentioned about the eyes. And let's see this guy. Might use a bit of gouache for that actually, so I get a proper white. Let's clean up the eye where there was a bit of bleed through from the varnish around where the green is. And then we'll be done. Not very exciting here now at the moment, but nearly done. And then that is pretty much done. Just to touch up the eye a tiny bit. The pupil. Okay, and that's I'm done. Is there anything else I need to do? I suppose I could sign it. I'm the worst at signing things in the world, so let's see how I get on here. Is this working? Nope. There we go. Okay, so I'm just going to sign it at the bottom left-hand corner. The worst lettering ever. Now, I'll zoom in so you can see the full sadness of it. Okay. No one died. Okay. So yeah, that's done then. So I have Kermit and himself. Let's see, I'll get a shallower focus so I can. So let's see here. Or in reverse. Cool. Okay. So that's that one done. Any little bits need to be fixed. Let's just get this guy corner pinned in. A little bit better. So yeah, that's okay. So we have a little lollipop stick at the back. Okay, so I'll take some proper photographs during the daylight tomorrow. But I think that's pretty good. We have a little bit of depth. Not a huge amount, but a little bit of depth. Might actually do a little bit of fix-ups here. Just adjusting some of the okay. Okay, so that's done. Yeah, that's it. There's not much, and there's no more left to do with it. I do have this this glass that I could rebate in the front, but don't think that's that necessary for what's needed for this. I don't think so, anyways. Just get that cloth. Yeah. That would protect it a bit more, but yeah, maybe I will. I'll see. I'd have to obviously carve all that stuff in, so maybe not. It would look a bit messy because of the veneered wood from the front. That's it. That's the main trouble with it. Yeah, that's her done. Let's see. Oh, messed that up. Ollie. Okay. Now it's actually done. No more. I might do another little glob of just on the blacks. That guy as well. Okay. Right, we're done. So there you set up.